Okay, so welcome to my stream. This is Saturday night, and I didn't really know whether I wanted to change anything up on Saturdays or not. But the Pomodoro style is really difficult with the 25 and only 5 minutes in between. It was kind of hard to keep up with the chat, who was coming and going, and so I decided to try 20 minutes and then 10 minutes in between. Hi, Claude. How are you? So we're going to do 20 minute sprints and 10-minute in between to give me time to, catch up with the chat, see who's come in. Hi, Melanie. Nice to see you. Glad you could make it. Sorry, I'm in the process of trying to redo all the thumbnails again because they all say Pomodoro style, and that's not working so well. Yeah, the 5 minutes, it just went too fast. I have to tell them I didn't even know if anybody had come in. And, it's like, no, I feel too out of it that way. So we're going to do 20 and 10. See how that works. Oh, I was supposed to start the timer. Sorry. Timer. Start. So we got 10 minutes before we start our first stream. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. So yeah, I'm in the middle of trying to redo all the thumbnails in my Instagram posts and all that stuff. But I think that'll probably work better. 20 and 10. Still get the same amount of sprints, it'll just be 5 minutes shorter. Because you can still get 4 with the 10 minutes in between. You can still get 4 in 2 hours. And today I have is a 4 hours, so there's plenty of time. So it's not a major thing if we go over the 10 minutes because we have plenty of time to do plenty of sprints. If people are still here at that time of night. I know Gibberish usually arrives late because she's usually working. So she's usually arriving right at the very end, and a couple others come in at the end there. So I figure we'll leave Saturday at 4 hours, but during the week it's 2 hours. So at least the mystery box is figured out. I figured out finally who sent that to me. I wish there had been something in the box so I didn't have to ask. I felt silly asking my son if he had sent me something, Oh well. Claude is going to begin with edits and only one page left to the chapter, so first one should be easy. I guess so. Definitely. Melanie's actually updating her blog for the month. I was going to post twice a week, but that was a bit too ambitious. I have to get back into my blog again because I used to do it every day. And because I wrote stories for it and everything. And of course, I haven't touched it in this month practically at all because of the hospital stays. Oh, I received the box from Amazon today. And I had ordered something, but this box was huge. And what I ordered was small. So it didn't make sense that that's what it was. So I pulled it in the door and I started opening it. And I opened it and I see something. I was like, I didn't order this stuff. And I'm like, do I have the wrong person's box? Is it somebody else's box? So I pulled the label around and it had my nickname and my real name. It had my real name on it and my address. So it was mine, but it wasn't ordered from my account because I used my full name in my account. And I'm like, who's this box from? There was nothing in there. There was nothing in there saying it was a gift. There was nothing. I had absolutely no idea. So I had to, I knew my son had asked me for my address the other day, and it is my birthday coming up. So I took a chance and asked him, and he said, yeah. He said, but it wasn't supposed to come till Monday because that's my birthday, Monday. And so it came early. I said, well, there's nothing in there. Last time he put on, a gift tag on it, so I knew it was a gift. I had no idea. And first I thought I opened somebody else's box because it wasn't anything I ordered. So that's the mystery box. It was from my son. It was a birthday gift. So that was it. And we are going to do 20-minute sprints and 10-minute rest periods because I can't keep up with what's going on in the chat. I don't know if people come in or go out. I don't know what's going on. So we're going 2010. Oh, thank you, Claude. Yeah, Monday we're having a special sprint stream for me, and Melanie has a birthday too, and Gibberish has a birthday. We're all together in a few days of each other, so it's a three-way, though Gibberish won't come on. uh, yeah, Gibberish is Tuesday, and Melanie's almost here. Really close. Yeah, like we're like 1, 2, 3. So we decided to go ahead and do a three-way, but I couldn't persuade Gibberish to come on. So I don't even know if she has the capability of actually streaming. Or I know she's shy. She says no, she's too shy. Hi, Misty Kate. Hello, hello all. Sorry, I've been quiet today. Been napping and doing chores. I will be in the chat in a little bit. Until then, happy writing. Well, thank you. We were just talking about the happy birthday for Monday. It's for 3 of us. So 3 birthdays in one. So, and actually, my daughter just had her birthday too. Because my daughter was born on the 6th. So, I'd hoped she would wait till my birthday, but no, she was in a hurry to get out. She was actually born on her due date, so can't say too much. So I had one kid 5 days before my birthday, one kid the day before their father's birthday, and the other one's out in the middle of June somewhere. Okay, you'll be back. Oh, Misty Katie's excited about the birthday stream. That's cool. Right. Only says across multiple generations. Absolutely correct. How did you all decide to be born at the same time? I didn't see that part. I was wondering what you were responding to. No, we didn't actually know each other at the time. So I'm pretty sure that didn't factor into when we were born. Hmm. So, wow, even 10 minutes goes fast. I can't believe it, huh? I was so used to having so much time in between, this is weird. Well, our souls might have known each other, though, in another space and time. Yeah, I definitely believe in that kind of stuff. So it's definitely possible. Definitely possible. I mean, if you think of the ages, it's almost generations there too, because you're in the middle. Gibberish is super young, and I'm at the top. It's the oldest. So, we got like 3 generations there too. Also, why is it around 80 degrees for my birthday? I always know that around my birthday, it's usually Indian summer, is what we always called it, and it was always hot. Yeah, actually sweating earlier. I didn't like it. It's going to be the same tomorrow. But that's typical for my birthday all my life. Growing up, it was almost always hot. It would get cool in the beginning of September, but then October, right around my birthday, guaranteed it was going to be hot. Granted, we could have snow. Please, no. So I'm not complaining too much, but I'm used to upper 60s, low 70s. Yeah, please, no snow. I hate the thought of even going through the snow bit again, honestly. If it snows, I can't get out of here. Between the walker on the ice and snow and the big mountains of the, with them, shoveling and using the snow plow and stuff, I was like, I can't get out of here. If I have a doctor appointment, too bad. Our Indian summers are weird here. It can be in the 50s when I leave at 8 a.m. for therapy, and by the time I get home, it's 1. At 1, it's like 75. Yeah, it is weird. But it's happened almost every year of my life, so I'm used to it being warm around my birthday. Almost guaranteed. So, so like I said, I got to do all these thumbnails now since I changed the. I think it already changed the time, but I put on there Pomodoro, and I'm not going to do the real Pomodoro. We're going to do 20 and 10. It's 5 minutes. We tried it the other night, and it was driving me crazy. It's like I have no idea what you guys are saying. I have no idea who arrived during the sprint. I mean, I had no idea what was going on. I felt totally left out of the whole thing, and I'm just so Funky says try 2010. So we're going with 2010, and it's about to hit for the first sprint. So let me change it. That's the only thing. If I use this timer, I got to keep changing it each time. All right, we're starting our first 20-minute sprint. I already started it. I'm not counting down. Yeah, 5 minutes is really fast for a more relaxed chat. Okay, good. It's nice not to be rushed. Okay, so here's our first sprint, and we'll get started. I got to remember it's not 7 anymore, and I keep thinking, oh, I got to start. Oh, no. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Oh, didn't bring the timer up. Sorry. I didn't turn the timer on. Helps to turn the timer on. Oh, what? Oh, shoot. I'll get used to this one of these days. There we go. All right. Now we'll go. All right, since today is Saturday and we have 4 hours if we want, I'm going to stretch it out. We can have 15 minutes between. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. And we can even have 25-minute sprints because we got plenty of time. It's the 2 hour ones that are hard to make productive in 2 hours. So I worked on. I thought I made a thumbnail, but I can't find it. It might be on my screen somewhere, but I made another one. 25:15. Okay. 25 used to be the time I usually went with. So Paul finished that scene. Still two more to go before needing to draft another chapter. Mm. See how we all do things differently too. Some people write and edit at the same time. Some people like to do all the writing, then do all the editing. Everybody's got their own way of doing things. So we'll do 25 and 15 since it's longer. We can stretch it out. On Tuesday, I'm kind of stuck at keeping it. If I want to have 4 sprints, they have to be 20 and 10, or we'll never get them all in. But the 25 and 5 was just too much because, like that 5 minutes, you guys would be talking, people would be coming in and out, and I feel left out, and I don't want to be feeling left out on my own stream. So that's why Funky said try 20 and 10, see if that works better. Which is great for the shorter ones, but since this is not a shorter one, we can stretch them out if we want to. So we'll do 25 and 15. I just have to remember to keep changing the thing. Hi, Laura. How are you? Melanie says my blog post is 2131 words. Yikes. Must have had a lot to say, huh? Claude says normally I try to draft 6 chapters and edit them and do the same thing again. But I was in a slump for the last month or so, and I felt that editing was less hard to do this time. I do whatever my brain says it feels like doing. If it feels like writing, then we write. If it feels like editing as we write, then we edit as we write. It slows me down, way down, editing as I write, of course. So if I wanted to count words, you don't get too many that way. Laura says, I'm all right. Wrote 3 flash fics today on Violet's stream. Good. Good job. Melanie says, yep. Because it's more on the personal side. I wanted to share a story that's relevant to World Mental Health Day, which is tomorrow. Oh, really? Wow. Then you had to work the day job. So you work Saturday, because today is Saturday, right? You got the right day? Hopefully I got the right day. Today's Saturday, anyhow. So you were working overtime this week? Melanie has to get some food. Could understand that. So I have the blog I still haven't even done anything with. I don't want the last post. I have no idea. Because this was such a bad month. I spent more time in the hospital than ever. It's like every time I got out, before I got a chance to even start working on my blog, I'd be back in the hospital. So there'll be recovering time because people can tend to stop reading if they, you don't have new stuff coming out, then they kind of like stop reading. So I have to build it up again to get my following back. Mm. Look in the eyes, lovely. Lots of overtime. Wow, that's good if you want it. It really sucks if you don't. Because I had a job, we worked overtime all the time, and it was mandatory. So there were times for months on end we'd work 7 days a week because it was mandatory overtime and they had the orders. And then we go back to a normal week for a little while, and then they'd have maybe just Saturdays, and then it'd be back to Saturday and Sunday. So you're working 7 days a week again, and wasn't much we could do about it because it was mandatory, and we knew it when we got hired that it was mandatory. Now, occasionally they would come around and say, "Oh, we have, need so many people for overtime," and then they had a list that they would work off of, giving, the people at the top of the list first chance and work their way down it. That happened sometimes when it was voluntary. You didn't have to take it, but most of the time it was mandatory. I know a lot of people hated that. Paul wants to know, what are we all reading these days? About 10% into George Orwell's 1984. So far, it's interesting, but a bit slow. I am reading romance novels now, trying to get an idea how they are in today's world. Because, like I said before, I read them 40 years ago, and they're nothing like what is out there today. So I started reading romance novels, and I started reading Kennedy Fox, which is a well-known uh, duo of writers. And I got the first one I didn't like, and I thought, what is everybody raving about these two? Because I didn't understand. I couldn't. The book was fast paced, super fast. That had nothing in it, and then I found out it was just a novella that they created. And when I read the next one, luckily I didn't stop at that one. I read the next one. It was super long, and it was a duet, so there were two books in it. And now there's three duets in the series, so of course I'm hooked on it because they're all interwoven with the characters. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm reading romance novels again, which I swore I'd never do again. Hair in my face. I swore I'd never do that again, but here I am, hooked on romance novels. And Amazon just gave me a $20 credit, so I said, "Oh, great! I don't have to pay for the others that I have to get to finish out the whole series." Because their books are $4.99 a piece, at least for the Kindle version of it. And when it's fun to read, three duets is great. Well, that's it. Wasn't expecting anything out of it because the first one did not interest me at all, and I couldn't figure out why everybody raved about them. But after reading the very first one of the next set, there were three duets. I didn't know at the time I started it, and although you don't have to read them all, I like to read the whole thing because, like I said, they're interwoven. So the characters, I want to see where they're going next with the characters. So they got me hooked. Jenna laughs; she thinks it's funny because now I'm hooked on the romance. And I'm reading again. When I should be sleeping, I'm reading. Hmm. So, I figure I need to see what's good in today's world for romance. I probably should try a couple other authors too, not just hang on one. I mean, when I first read that book, I was like totally shocked because I remember what what romance novels were 40 years ago, and they were very bland and nothing to them. Of course, back then there was no sex in books, you know, and wow, so it was kind of a surprise to read and realize that wow. I mean, back when you know back in the days, what they're writing now is what I considered erotica, and now it's the norm, and I'm like, wow, So it's kind of so it's research for possibly changing over to writing romance. I'm not sure. I'll have to see. Melanie's stuck in the middle of Mexican Gothic. Haven't picked it up since last weekend, and also trying to read some mysteries as research for my new work in progress. Yeah, I definitely suggest reading some at least to get an idea. I see why they say, writers should read. For a long time, I didn't read, and I really got into these books. Now I'm really hooked on it. So I don't know. Melanie is actually going to start on Elisa Scuttling during this next sprint. It's fun because you can read it for fun, but you're reading it for, research as well. So two things at one time works out. The first one, the first one I didn't realize. Well, no, I mean the second one. The first one and the second one was number one book they wrote. So this particular series I'm reading is their first books, and they just did a bonus for the first couple, and it's their 15th anniversary. So it was a four-chapter, really short piece, but it was enjoyable because I had just finished reading their life, and then comes this little bonus piece in their newsletter for an anniversary. It's their 5-year anniversary of their first book. So it was nice to have that little extra bonus piece. Scottoline, okay. You said it right. It's going to be a while before I'm actually drafting this project. Whole new genre. Yeah, definitely. That's why I'm not rushing to try and do a romance because I really need to figure out what romances are nowadays. They're definitely different. 15th anniversary. No, it's their fifth anniversary of the first book, but they wrote about the couple's 15th anniversary in the book. So they got married in the book, and then they just did, as a special bonus, they did their 15th anniversary. They've been writing for 5 years with that book. Was their number one book, which I didn't know it when I started reading it. I had no idea. So it came all at the right time. I mean, I picked a great one to read, and as a bonus for their anniversary, their 5-year anniversary, they wrote about the 15-year anniversary of the couple I just read. So it worked out really perfectly. That was a cool idea, and I enjoyed the anniversary surprise just as much as the original. So I see why they are, rated so high. But at the first book I read, no. I kept telling Jen, this sucks. It took me no time to read. It was super fast paced. It didn't have much of a story to it. I don't understand why they're so great. But now I see. Melanie says, am I the only one in the chat now? Oh, All right. Claude's there. What happened to Greg? Greg was there too. He was, anyhow. Briefly, at least. All right, we're starting another 25. Yeah, I thought he was here. I was pretty sure I remember saying hello. uh, Misty Kate said she's coming back. Jen probably won't be here. She says she has two people tonight, so she probably won't make it. So Misty Kate said she's coming back. So we'll see. It is Saturday, and it's kind of like, I guess, with the other, I had to, start do 9 to 11 because nobody was coming the first 2 hours except for Greg, and it was just Greg and I, and so it seemed to make more sense to do 9 to 11. Now I have to keep an eye on my Saturdays and get an idea when most people are here. Should I continue starting at 9, or should I change the time for Saturday too? So that'll be something I'll be thinking on as we go through. Okay, so almost 25 minutes left, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Oh dear, I forgot to unmute. Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to catch up on the comments. Let's see where Melanie found some books she was looking for and actually found the first one. Well, that's always cool to start with the first one. And Gibberish came. Nice to see you. I'm sorry you had such a bad week. Melanie didn't get much reading done this sprint. Had to finagle some stuff with my payment method on Amazon because I had an expired card on there. Oops. Yeah, I think mine's expiring. I know I'm getting notices from my Verizon for my phone that it isn't up to date, and I haven't done it yet. I got till November. I still have to do that. So yeah, I probably have to do it on. I think they've got my card on Amazon. I'm not sure. To tell you the truth. Well, they haven't said anything, so maybe not. I would think by now they would have. It's funky. I'm driving. Not right this second. Well, that's good. But wanted to pop in and say hi. I'm glad you popped in and said hi. I'm glad you're not driving while doing it. uh, we're doing, actually, because it's Saturday, we tried 2010, and I said, well, since it's Saturday, we got more hours. I make it 25:15. Because everybody's kind of like, 5 minutes isn't really enough. So the Pomodors didn't go over too well, which is fine with me because I didn't really like them either. So right now we're doing 25 and then 15-minute sprint. And how you're on your way to pick up your son and stop to get gas. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely drive safe. I should look at my car and see if I need gas because I got a long drive on Monday and I don't even know if there's gas in the car. I don't use it that often. Lucky's asking Gigi if she's coming on Monday. Well, Monday, remember, Gigi, we're doing the celebration of the 3 birthdays, and that includes yours. I know you won't come on with us, but hopefully you're not working and can be here. He says, don't use your cell by the gas pump. I think everybody does that. I'm not. I'm parked away from the pumps currently. Yes, you're coming Monday, even if I'm late, but I don't plan on being late. Okay, great. Because I know you won't come on with us, but it is your birthday celebration as well. We know you're going to be late. So, it's almost here. I'm almost officially 65. And I get that nice big pension on the 1st of November. Like, woo! Been waiting a lifetime for this pension. Jeez. Get an extra $127 a month. Wow. But if it screws my benefits up, I'm going to be really pissed. I just hope you're still going at 9, but that would be 4 hours later. Well, Melanie says she probably won't be here that long. But Jen, on the other hand, maybe. She's not coming most likely tonight. I might just... No, don't sing happy birthday on camera or get in trouble for that one. That would be a copyright thing. Yeah. Yeah. You get me in trouble. That's copyrighted everywhere. And if you did it on the stream, my stream would be toast. So no singing happy birthday. You can only say it. Mm, sing the Mexican one. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, because it's Gigi's birthday too. So we're having a triple birthday celebration. What's up, Gigi? I said, damn it. Melanie says, my husband starts his new gig on Monday and will be off work at 5 instead of 7. So I'll give him a couple of hours to unwind. Oh boy. My tooth is finally healing. It gets sore a little bit, but it's not that bad. Okay, so what happened? You said it was such a terrible week. Funky says with the fast one. Now he says, I should specify when I say on camera. I mean, I'll be co-hosting, but with audio only. I tend to watch myself when I'm on camera, and it's awkward. Uh, okay, see you Monday. Yeah, it was sore. It was really sore. Oh, you know what I did the other day? I slept past the alarm, and I had an update overnight, and then a lot of times it tends to turn off the sound on me. So I woke up at 8 o'clock, and I'm like, oh my god, I was supposed to be up at 6:30 for the aid, and I'm sitting there trying to figure out why it's 8 o'clock. There's a pounding on my door, and I stumble into the living room, and I open the door to two cops, and I'm like, yes, and they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, yes. Why are you here? And then my aide comes out from behind them. She was hiding behind them. She goes, I had to call them. I'm sorry. But you always answer the door and you didn't. I was afraid you were in the hospital. And I didn't know about it. And I had to call my manager, and she called 911. So they're like, do you need an ambulance? I'm like, no, I'm fine. I overslept. So that was a fun way to wake up in the morning to two cops at your door. Yeah, they did a wellness check. Jibber says, I was in online class and was singing myself, and someone said, are you going to mute yourself? I took the weekend off to celebrate my birthday with my family, and then that was canceled. Well, that sucks. Uh, yeah, the cops woke me up, scared the daylights out of me. Yeah, that sounds like a bad weekend. I'm sorry they canceled. But that wasn't for mental health. That was because I didn't answer the door, and she thought I went to the hospital again. They called the hospital, and she says she's not in the hospital. They can't find her there. So she called the police department and had them come out here and make sure I was okay, because I always open the door. Well, I overslept. I didn't hear the phone ringing. The sound was not working, and it does it every time that damn phone updates. And I never know. So, of course, I was expecting to be woken up by my phone. And when I woke up, it was 8 o'clock, and then there was pounding on the door. It's like, great. I'm surprised they came, but I guess they, persuaded them I had been in the hospital so much and whatever. They were there. Like, you sure you don't need an ambulance, ma'am? I'm like, I am fine. Okay? I overslept. That is all that happened. Fine. Oh, for sure, I get why she called the cops. I was just stating in general that that's something some departments are putting into place. Well, that's fine. And I understand why she was worried. Because normally, even when I went in the hospital, I made sure I told them I was going. And she thought since I didn't answer the door automatically, and they were calling me, and I wasn't answering because my phone, I didn't hear it. They called my daughter. They called, like they're calling all over trying to find out they called the hospital. I mean, everything. I'm like, look, you know, unfortunately, the phone did not ring loud enough for me to hear. And it was on the floor. It vibrated so much from all the calls, it was on the floor. Anyhow, not even near my ear, it was on the floor. And it wasn't on anything hard anymore. So, yeah, there was no sound. Go figure, the one morning you sleep in, oversleep, and all chaos breaks loose. Yeah, that uh, that started my day off great. I mean, seeing cops at your door anyhow is kind of alarming. Like, why are there cops at my door? And she was hiding behind them, so I didn't know she was out there. It wasn't until I said, "Why are you here?" that she finally came forward and said, "Well, we caught them." So, thanks, Gibberish. uh, we both had some pretty interesting weeks, right? Hmm, I don't know. Haven't even heard of. Well, my birthday's Monday, so I'll be here from my kid on Monday. I have more than one, but well, my son sent me a gift today, and I didn't know where the package came from, so I was going crazy trying to find out who sent me. I thought I opened somebody else's package by mistake. All right, back to, let's see, what are we? 25 minutes, right? 25 minutes sprint. So that was a mess. Paul's gonna watch an anime and go to sleep after. Wish you all good night. Thanks for the stream, Tessa. Thanks for stopping in, Claude. Nice to see you again. Enjoy your anime. Alrighty. My insulin pump went off too. I have to change it. So that's what I'll probably be doing during this sprint, is changing my insulin pump. before I run out of insulin. Alrighty. See you guys in 24 minutes. Maybe I'll remember to unmute this time. Maybe. See you in a little bit. This time I unmuted myself ahead of time. I started eating a watermelon. Yeah, they are going awful fast, aren't they? A few other things you had to tackle first. Well, I changed my insulin pump and got that done. Okay. So, Gigi's binging on something and not sleeping. Hope it doesn't hit you all at once. That's what sometimes happens to me. I'll go for a while and then all of a sudden, like, bam! And I sleep for 24 hours. Of course, I'm not young anymore either. Might have something to do with it. I think we lost Greg. Did he say goodbye and I miss it? That's what I hate about not being able to see the screen. I know he hasn't said anything lately, so I don't know if he's still here. According to the count, oh, the counter just jumped again. That counter, it's as bad as StreamYards. It doesn't. It just jumped from 2 to 5, just like that. Can't figure it out. So let's see. Melanie says she's been up all day, didn't have the opportunity to nap. Hope that means I'll sleep amazingly tonight. I wish that actually worked. It doesn't work for me. Reheated coffee. But yeah, the sprints are really going fast. I mean, they no sooner get started and we're just on the next one. Gibberish just washed her face. She's here. I don't know if we lost Greg or not. Hasn't said anything lately at all. Now, if this was Tuesday or Thursday, we'd be done now. Boom, done. That's a fast 2 hours goes. Gibberish is taking a break from her romance book series, so she's reading One of Us is Lying. Yeah, that's what I thought. He said hi and then nothing. Some kind of bug in here just flew against the lamp. Gibberish. Thank you for reminding me. I need to take my makeup off, wash my face in the next sprint. Also, who is that book by that you're reading currently? I've heard of it, but I don't know who writes it. There you are. Oh, you're working on code. Okay. Yeah, you were so quiet. We wondered if you were still here. You're going to take a break from that now. Hmm. McManus is a TV show now. I know it sounds familiar. Yeah, writing code, definitely. Haven't written code before in my life, I can say. I understand. Melanie says, that's why the title sounded familiar. Familiar. I'll have to check it out. Something's beeping again? It's not that. Alright, gibberish. Have a good night. Alright, you guys hear beeping, but I don't know what it is. Love you too, gibberish. And we'll see you Monday. Let me go see if it's my monitor. Wow, you guys could hear that all the way over. It's all the way on the other side of the room. It said my blood sugar is low again. I can't. I can't keep up. 1 minute it's high, next minute it's low. Laney done. I don't like the Mickey one at all. Yeah, that's my blood sugar. It was just fine. But I took my insulin and I didn't finish eating my cantaloupe fast enough, I guess. At least I'm assuming that's the problem. No wonder I sleep at night with this darn thing going off all the time. No, I don't think they really have to evoke the genre. But the Mickey name did nothing for me at all. That's what a lot of people do. They have one for each genre they do. But the Mickey was weird. I just didn't like that one. The Laney was fine. Though there's an Alexa Dunn, and Laney Dunn is kind of close. Laney Dunn. I agree. I don't see the other one at all as a pen name, as a writer. It doesn't spark writing to me. But Laney Dunn sounds good. Laney Dunn it is. Very good. I was trying to pick mine to be very simple. Calling yourself Miss Terry would be a bit too obvious, would it? Miss Terry. Are you talking to me or her? Miss Terry is my nickname. Well, with an I, but my real name. It's also a play off of my name. But that's what I did. Because Tess is a nickname that can be used for Teresa, and Dean is my maiden name. So I didn't go too far from my own name. That's why I wanted something, and I wanted something that went together. I wanted something that was easy. I didn't want something too complicated. I mean, you can spell Dean with two E's, and you can also add an E to the end, but very simple. My maiden name was Dean. My married name, oh my God, that's a nightmare. And that's what I was using at first. And I'm like, this is not easy at all. Nobody can pronounce it, nobody can spell it. Had that name in mind for years, just wanted to run it by you all to get a feel for it. Yeah, I definitely like that one better. Mickey Colasar is based off my name as it appears on my original birth certificate from before I was adopted as an almost 2 month old. Oh, really? Michelle was your name originally. And Mickey's the nickname for Michelle. Wow. I don't think I knew that before. That stupid timer is about to go off again. It's the only thing about this that drives me crazy is this counting time and whatever. So they changed your name when they adopted you. It was interesting to get that information in my mid-30s. Yeah, I guess it was. Couldn't imagine finding that out at a later point in time. Well, time for the timer again. Time for another sprint. Right, 25 minutes, starting now. I guess I better eat this cantaloupe and see if I can get the carbs back up. We did this last night. I couldn't go to bed because I couldn't get my blood sugar up. I had Funky and Jenna on me. I'm like, I'm trying. I don't know what's wrong. I was just thinking, I don't know if you want to bite on it, but um, what if you used Mickey Dunn? Kind of a combination of the two. I kind of like the sound of it. And I'm glad you weren't stuck in the system and tossed around from house to house. I think that's terrible for any child to have to go through. You like it? I was just sitting here thinking about it, and it struck me as a great combination. And that way you can still use part of your name, and it sounds great. I like it. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. I know you sent me part of Lethal Temptation a while ago. I never got into it because of all the hospital stays, and now I'm not sure exactly where that email is. Have you gotten any further? Because if you got any further, maybe you can include the whole thing. Because I'm not sure if I'll be able to find that email. I might find it, but I got a ton of emails to go through. So I love that because for the mystery series, I'd like to keep the name unisex, and my social media accounts will have a caricature profile pic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mickey is either or. So yeah, sounds like a great idea. I'm glad you like it. It just popped into my head, and I'm like, that sounds like a great combination. I know you said you sent part of it, and I'm not exactly sure where it is right this moment. Whatever you have done, so I can start putting it up. I'm behind in things too. It's like getting anything done is hard for me. Dealing with this new um, diet and what I can and can't have, and all the doctor appointments that come with every hospital stay. So, if you get a chance, send me what you have done, and maybe I can start putting together a page for it on my blog because that's where it's going on my blog. How's your medication doing? I know adjusting to new meds can be really rough sometimes. Now I have to wait for. I just took another pain pill. I have to wait for it to take effect. Hmm. Oh, timer's running out. Okay. I think we're doing pretty good with the new way of doing things. It's really quiet in here tonight because Jen was pretty sure she wasn't going to be able to make it because she had the people. I love it. She says, I have the people tonight. And that's one way of putting it. Actually, pretty good. They're building me up to the full dose, which is supposed to be 100 milligrams. But since it took so well to the 25, the psychiatrist said he may stop me at 75. Hmm. Hi, Mr. Kate. I know you were in here briefly earlier. So welcome back. You had some side effects early on with nausea, a little blurred vision, and drowsiness, but it seems to be going well. Yeah, they always told me that sometimes it may take a week or so before you get used to it. I'm like, this nausea and I are not getting along. Like, we need to stop this now. I'm not waiting 2 weeks to see if it's going to go away. Oh, 3 votes for it. 3, 2. That's right. Greg didn't say anything about the new one. I think it sounds really good. And it's kind of perfect for mystery thrillers because I think of Mickey Spillane, which of course is probably not in your age age category. Mickey Spillane was a very famous. Was he the detective, or I think he was the detective? So, yeah, yeah. I've never tried. That's the one that I haven't tried. Lamictal, however you pronounce it. Are you just taking one medication? Like I'm on two. I have bipolar one now, but I have the antipsychotic and an antidepressant mix. Ah, Greg likes it too. Looks like it's the winner. Yeah, I like it. I think it just popped in my head. I had to interrupt the stream early because I'm like, I can't wait. I can't wait. I gotta say something. Yeah. Well, Mickey Rooney, I believe, was a famous actor, if I'm not mistaken. Mickey Mantle was baseball, I think. He was definitely in the sports. And then Mickey Spillane is a famous detective, but he's an old one, so it might be, you may not have heard of him. Back in my day. Okay, you are taking another one. I was gonna say, I figured you probably had two. Yeah, because I have bipolar one with psychosis. Because I see things that aren't there, supposedly. I still think they're ghosts, but my doctor doesn't believe in that. He'd rather believe that I was psychotic. Well, that's great. Anxiety levels dropping is a big one. I mean, I take a separate anti-anxiety medicine, and the doctors are like trying to get me. They say you got to stop all this stuff. I said, well, I can't stop all this stuff. I'm barely making it with this stuff. You think I'm crazy now? You wait until you see me without all this stuff. Mm. Yeah, Rooney was an actor. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure. He's old. If he's still alive, he's old. Heck, I'll get anxious during specific moments, but it's not as all consuming like it was for a while. Oh man, I get really stuck in something and I just can't get past the anxiety that it causes. But some people don't understand that. You know, if they've never had it, it's hard to understand. But I really hate when doctors are like, well, just stop it. Like, you don't need it. Like, what do you know? You don't even know me. You met me 5 minutes ago. Something is making me itch. I don't know what it is. It's driving me crazy. All right, Melanie says she's exhausted. She's going to duck out a little early. Thanks so much for hosting. Enjoy your Sunday, everyone. Love you all. Love you too. And thanks for being here. And I will be sending you the email invite to the stream on Monday. And when you click on it, it will bring you in. And then I just have to click on it to let you into the thing. And you can come in. I'm usually anywhere from 45 minutes to half hour beforehand. Doesn't matter. Just, when I send it through, you can try it, and if it brings you in, then I'm obviously in. Have it open. I may not see you right away because I can't guarantee. I missed Funky the other night completely. So, oh man, I wish I knew what was making me itch though. I'm not taking any new medicine, so I don't know why I'm itching like crazy. All right, so yeah, if you get a chance, you can send me those again because I'm not sure where they are on my email because I got so much email backed up from all these hospital stays. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. Thank God. I don't have to get up at 6:30 tomorrow. I was telling them earlier. I don't know if you were here when I was telling them about the wake up call with the two cops at the door because I overslept and the aide freaked out. Thought I went back in the hospital again. Called our boss and they called the hospital and I wasn't there, so they called the cops to come make sure I was okay. I'm like, I'm fine. Are you sure you don't need an ambulance? No, I overslept. It's all that happened. I overslept. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause such a big uproar. So we're doing 25-minute sprints with 15-minute in between for chatting. Of course, there's not that many people here right now, so probably don't need 15 minutes. But when there's a bunch of people here, I can't keep up with everything. 5 minutes, and I don't even know what's going on. And that bugs me. So we were going 2010, and then I thought, well, this is a longer one. Let's go 25:15. Are you writing tonight, Misty Kate? You have something to do, or you're just taking care of business? open my blog, which I haven't done in a long time. I gotta get something on my blog before I lose everybody again. And then have to work to try to get them all back. Yeah, oh goodness is right. So my prompt is 87 words exactly using the word brush. That's what I have to write. Jen has people coming over today. She has the people, as she put it. She's not, probably not coming. Funky bit, he popped in while he's waiting for his son and popped back out again. I doubt he'll be back. Saturdays he's usually not really here because of family. So I don't usually expect him too much on Saturdays. He's not usually able to make it. You're working on some crime fiction, some brainstorming. That's cool. I just stopped writing crime fiction. I wrote one and I thought, man, this is really hard. So I decided to try some romance, but I'm not ready to start writing it yet. And Melanie's doing a crime thriller, psychological thriller type thing. So she's doing, brainstorming and research and everything. So yeah, I don't expect those two. Greg is here, you are here, and I am here. And Gibberish left. She was in here shortly for a short period of time, and she left. We got 2 minutes left, and then we'll be starting our next sprint. We've been working really hard to keep on a schedule, whatever the schedule I decide on for the night. I think on the 2 hour ones we can do the 2010s, but I figured tonight with longer time, I can make it longer in between. But of course, we had more people a little bit earlier, so there was some talking and fooling around going on. Now that almost everybody's gone, it's kind of quieted it down in here. Trying to figure out what kind of story to write for my whatever those things are called. Now I can't even remember what they're called. Prompt for my prompt. They have to come up with a story for my prompt. I love it. 87 words. Exactly. Using the word brush. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, yeah. We can get stuff done. We don't have to have them here to get stuff done. That's for sure. I do writing prompts on my blog all the time. I don't know how many websites that I follow, and I do their prompts. So I do them a lot. Okay, Greg. Thanks for coming and have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. What's left of it? You got part of Sunday left, right? Oop, wasn't paying attention. Sorry. All right, reset it. 25. starting now. I haven't been counting it. See you Monday, I think. I hope you can make it. It's at 5 Eastern time, so it's a little earlier, so it won't be quite so late for you. We're starting at 5. I got to remember that. I have a doctor appointment, and it's far away, so I hope to make it back in time. If I'm late, you guys might have to wait for me, obviously, since you can't get in here without me. Oh, all right. What happened to the timer? Oh, didn't make it big. I'm like, where's the timer? There's the timer. All right, 24 minutes. I think it's just you and me, Mr. Kate. So I'll see you. If not, have a good night. Mr. K had a little bit of mischief, maybe. Hopefully, nothing serious. Somebody just knocked over the trash can. Oh, it's not mischief night yet, I don't think. So, I did one prompt so far. I looked at the second one, kind of read through some of it. She had like a ton of pictures of Niagara Falls. So I glanced through the pictures. And I hope everything's okay over there. Mr. Cates, not something serious. Somebody scrolling around. Of course, it could have been an animal. Raccoons and stuff like that will knock your trash can over looking for something. Later than I thought it is. We have been doing this for over 3 hours. Time really went fast. Less than 45 minutes left to go. I'll wait a little bit longer. I'll start another sprint. The last one of the night. Tonight was really a slow night, too. Not that many people here. Hopefully everything is okay. This itching's driving me crazy. I don't know why I'm itching. I'm not taking any new medicine. So why am I itching? Hey, Amelia. Been a while. I was sitting here waiting for Misty Kate to come back, and I thought that was her coming back, and then I realized that nope, that's not Misty Kate. So how are you doing? We got one stream left for the night. Have you been writing? Yeah, I usually get off at 11:30, so I usually don't get to your streams. Yeah, it's a shame. The old way I used to do it was great, but it was really tiring because I used to spend hours and hours over several time zones of writing, but I had to cut it down to even more, so now it's down to just two 2 hours from 9 to 11 on Tuesday and Thursday, and Saturday is 9 to 1. So I still got the 4 hours on Saturday. You're working on replotting an old trunk story. That's a good idea. That's cool. Pretty soon here, I'm going to start the next sprint, whether Misty K gets back or not. Is this a superhero story or something different? Because I remember correctly, you're the one with all the superhero stories, I think. It's really been quite a while. I know you popped in a couple times at the end of my stream, but not really time to talk or anything. You're changing it from a weird urban fantasy to a cool fantasy story. It's really funny how little that affects the actual story. Uh, that's funny. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start. It's a 25-minute sprint. I'm not sure what happened to Misty Kate. I hope she's okay. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, there she is. I was just beginning to worry about you. Yes, it's a different one, even older. My superhero story was actually also a trunk story, but a newer trunk. This one is nearly a decade old. Mm. Lucky there wasn't much in the garbage yet. Was it an animal? Because sometimes animals will get in there and try to go after food, knock it over. I just started the last sprint of the night. Yeah, I got a story done for one of the prompts I was writing and got it posted on my blog. So I actually did do something. Now I have another one that I'm thinking about working on, but I don't know if I'll get it done in time. We're down to less than 24 minutes. So I will see you in 23 minutes. That's the end of the last sprint. How you guys did. Mia is talking about changing her story to a dual point of view story. It's always a nice way to change things up. Yeah, mine all kind of sound the same. I did a whole bunch of, I had a whole bunch of them in my first story, and it's like, yeah, they all sound the same. It is hard to make them sound like different people. Mr. K says I've always done multi POVs, even when I try not to. Funky! I got 0 words, which is good because I'm supposed to be deleting. Well, you got a point there. Oh boy, 0 is definitely good in that way. Still struggling to delete those words. Oh man. So what are you gonna do if you can't get enough words deleted? Funky says I'm in bed about to pass out. That makes deleting words hard too if you're about to pass out. Definitely. Because I know you're trying to do this traditional. Are you going to go indie if you can't cut the words? Or what? Amelia says, I used to do multiple POVs when I started out because I loved all of my characters too much. But it's full of structural errors with no plot or arcs, just characters interacting. Excited to try giving it a go. Well, that's cool. I am going to go to the end, see where I'm at, and go from there. Are you going to work from the end backwards? One way of doing it. I know some other stuff I can possibly cut, but I'm going to wait until I'm done normal editing and see where I'm at. I can understand not wanting to cut something if you don't have to. Amelia wants to know if you're sure there isn't a traditional publishing company willing to take your manuscript with the current word count. I know most won't, but I don't know how you find that out. Yeah, yeah, he pops in. He pops in and out. He was at the gas station the last time he popped in. Which reminds me, I gotta check my gas. Mary says, I'm not really experienced in the traditional route, but it sounds like something that would change between company. And Misty Kate says, Amelia, I have the same issues, even though I still do multi POVs with the plot holes, etc. Uh, I have a bad habit of liking multiple POVs myself. That's what got me in trouble with my first one. I had so many. I mean, I couldn't believe how many I had. uh, Monkey says for debut novels, a lot of agents will reject outright if you get way over the norm for the genre. I have heard that. Never tried it, but I have heard that. And that kind of sucks, you know. Yeah, that's a bad thing to be rejected for. Your word count. At least be something worth it to be uh, to be rejected for. But for it to be because of your word count, that's a really bad thing. I mean, that's what they always say. I don't know, never having tried before, because I'm an underwriter, so I never have enough. I never have enough. Mine are always super short. But Mary says, yeah, now that I'm learning to differentiate characters and stuff, maybe multiple POVs will work better. Won't have to label chapters to know who was talking. That's what I was doing, and then my editor said I was doing it wrong and changed it all around, and I don't know. And to answer your question, no, I will not self-pub even if I never get an agent. Oh, okay. Well, it isn't 600K. 600K. Wow. If I was actually going to publish, I don't know what I would do. I have this thing with rejection. Rejection and I don't get along too well. At least if you're self pub, you can put whatever you want up there. Amelia says deleting just seems like such a waste. As long as it's working for you, cool. I know one author, Amelia, who does a character and setting draft pass where they focus on fine tuning that stuff. You're an overwriter, so it needs to be trimmed anyway. I am definitely not in the overwriter category. That's why I'm worried about November. I'm not sure that I'll even get 50,000 words because it's rare, really rare. Misty says I am definitely an overwriter. Funky says especially for a debut novel. To Amelia, yeah, it can be rough. I'm forever trying to figure out how to stretch my paragraphs out and sentences. And what can I add in here to make this thing longer? And I have never been an overwriter. I do great with flash fiction that has to be between 50 and 100 words. Fine. I can cut stuff out, no problem. Gone. But I got so used to doing that now it's hard to write anything that isn't. super short. Oh, oh. And that's the thing they tell you to practice with short stories, especially like flash fiction, because you still want the story to remain intact, but you need to cut out all the fluff and still make it, you know, a worthwhile story. So I had a lot of practice in it. Believe me, I have a lot of practice in it. So it's hard for me to do the opposite, to actually add words. Very hard for me to add words. I can cut them fine. It's the other way around that I have a problem with. If I have to delete my words as an underwriter, I'm probably hitting something vital to the story. Well, if you're an underwriter, you shouldn't have to delete your words. Unless it's not part of the story. You know, not integral to the story. But I did find that for 10 years now, I've been writing short stories, flash fiction. And I've gotten so used to writing these short stuff and making a story out of it that it's really hard to go the opposite way and you know, make it longer. Really difficult. Funky says, yeah, we'll see. I feel like I'll be able to get it pretty close just by cutting the crap. Sometimes it's amazing how much crap we have in there. Like I said, I had to learn how to create a sentence with less words. So, you know, I didn't take that description and, you know, cut it down. And it can be difficult. But I got so used to doing it that now I have trouble going the other way. Mia says, yeah, sometimes I need a beta reader to slap me across the face and tell me to cut this weird crap. Funky says, they'll find passages where characters will just go on and on about something in their mind. And I'm like, yeah, that could be way shorter. Oh, you know how many times I've come across things and I'm like, why do you have this in here? Like, this has nothing really to do with the story. Like, you're just wandering around, you know, and it's like, I don't really need all that stuff. There's some kind of bug in here flying around. It's up on the roof now, on the ceiling. I don't know what it is. Hopefully, it won't hit me. I hate it when they hit me. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff because I was really bad at that. I would just go off on a tangent and write all the stuff, and then someone would say, "What are you including all this for? This has nothing really to do with the story." You know, we do that all the time. Amelia says, "Yeah, as you write and edit, you start editing as you write, making your writing more fine-tuned but way shorter." Misty Kate says, "I find stuff in published bestsellers that could have been cut all the time." True that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, even the best writers can be like that. I found so much stuff when I was writing, and it's terrible because I was barely over 50,000 words on that mystery. And I'm like, oh my God, I just cut out 3,000 words. And it's like, it's already too short. and I just cut 3,000 words out, but they had nothing really to do with anything. I mean, they weren't necessary to the story. Yeah. Yeah. You need to be a bestseller so no one edits you anymore. uh, yeah, it's not easy. He says, I mean, things could always be cut, but sometimes it's cooler to keep it in. No, it, you know, unfortunately, if you want to go traditional, there are rules. And too long is one rule they're very, very strict about. I mean, if you're publishing it yourself, you can make it as long as you want. Nobody can say a word. True, if it's cool world building stuff, it's fun. Do you do world building, Monkey? Or, I mean, I know you write horror. Is there really world building involved in that? I've never tried to do more than a short story in horror, so I don't know. Amelia says no, like in bestsellers that have cuttable things, sometimes fluff time with the characters is fun. Amelia says, oh yeah, world building, nice. All fiction is really. I mean, when I wrote my mystery, I was essentially creating a world, even though it wasn't a fantasy world or anything, it was a real contemporary world. But I still had to create it. I mean, it didn't just suddenly appear. I had to work on it, create, buildings and businesses and stuff like that. Mia's trying out world building for her new project. I was always that author that writes urban fantasy because world building is hard and time consuming. Having fun with it now. Misty Kate loves the fluff. Funky says, right, some fictional worlds require more details than others. Like, I created a town because I wanted to make a series and I wanted it to be based on this town. And I could still use this town if I decide to go romance because instead of being, a mystery in Angel's Cove, it could be a romance in Angel's Cove. So, I mean, I don't have to actually get rid of my town I created. I could still use it. But as far as building a world, that I've seen what some of the people talking about, when they were building their worlds and the stuff that they have to come up with to complete a world. It's a lot of work. Funky says, and I will forgive fluff and a lot of other stuff if it's really well written. Yeah, that's work building, Tessa. Just when a lot of people refer to it, they usually mean high fantasy. Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the different types of fantasy and stuff like that because I don't really read it or write it. But I hear a lot about world building, and even in sci-fi, the world building that needs to be done sometimes. Completely different. It's not Earth, and it's not something that I enjoy doing, building worlds. Yours is in a parallel reality to our own, so I had to figure all that out, even though it's somewhat similar to ours. Oh, okay. Cool. Amelia has fantasy, races, powers, towns, histories, languages, biology, terrain, culture. Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff. I know, listening to some of the people agonizing over, they need to know what their spaceship can do, and you know, how much thrust it has, and all these things that they wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do. And then having to build religions and all that stuff. Like, it could be a really long, exhausting process just to build your world. Whereas I prefer contemporary, so it makes it a little bit easier. You had to fictionalize Paris Island. Hmm. Well, I've been there. The ex was a Marine, so I've been there. I would have gone back a few years ago to see my grandson graduate, but he was sick and I wasn't allowed. The hospital wouldn't let me go. So I had to miss it. So I wanted to go back and see it. I haven't been there in 40 years, so I'm still figuring out names. I'm not familiar with Middle European naming techniques, and that's my inspiration for this piece. It would be weird to go with my normal Asian based names. That's another thing, yeah. Some of the way some of the countries name their people. Some of them use last names first, and really strange. It's definitely not an easy job. And I'm still hesitant about going the simple English way, even though that might be the best as it's simple. Hmm. I like fantasy names when they're somewhat close to English names, but twisted a little. Oh, chunks. Amelia said, well, like the vowel and consonant patterns and stuff are different based on language. You might not notice it like that, but you probably would think it sounds out of place. Mr. Katie agrees. biggest problem I had with names was trying to go back to the year of the person was born to find out what names were big then. So I didn't name something that wasn't a name that was used back in that time. Because the censuses are out there and you can use them for that. But when you're using fantasy names, well, it's a whole different story. So the pronunciation is easy to read, but you feel like it's otherworldly a bit. Nothing holds up a reader more than having to stop and figure out a pronunciation, or find out you've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. You guys. I was trying to come up with names for two races meant to metaphorically complement each other: white wing and black wing. Trying different prefixes and stuff, and it's becoming German. Not sure how that happened. uh, Interesting. It says apparently Old English was a Germanic language. Hmm. Yeah, I prefer to just keep myself easy, contemporary, not have to deal with all this stuff. Building in my little town, a big thing. Ah, ooh. Currently, top runners are. Oh my god. Again, it's complicated, so it might be better to simplify. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce it. I think last names can be as convoluted as you want, but since we're saying their first name a lot, I like simple-ish first names. Yeah, Darth Vader. Mm, I don't understand this thing. Up and down, up and down, up and down. I've already had one low blood sugar tonight. Already. Haven't even gone to bed yet. So tired of getting woken up by that thing going off. Amelia's just laughing my ass off. All I can think of is something like, my name is. Is something, but you can call me Mike. Father. We should have known all along. Mm. What are you doing now? Are we singing again? Oh, there's great news? And you forgot to tell me? What's the great news? How could you forget to tell me great news? I hope I'm going to love this. I'm not big with surprises. All right, hit me with it. Yeah, even Star Wars, the last name Skywalker is pretty easy to remember and simple, which is nice as it's important to the story. Ooh, the suspense. It's building as we wait. Of course, we have to wait for the time, the lag in time. He's probably already typed it, and I'm waiting for it to come through. How? Oh, well, good for you. uh, Good thing Greg's not here. Anticipation. Uh, Somebody said they saw it and they didn't like it. It wasn't me. But somebody said they saw it and they didn't like it. And he says, "Oh, great! I'll just play along." It's a long story. Yeah, I don't think we need to go through that whole story again. But you would make Greg very jealous. That's all he could talk about. I thought we weren't going to talk about it. You guys never told me what that list was. uh, every time I say I don't like something, it goes on the list. We weren't going to talk about it. But you see, we're going to talk about it. The list. Mm, yeah, the list. The crazy list. Mm, sounds like a talk show. Schindler's List. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, you better get to bed. It's been great chatting with you folks. Talk to you all soon. Yeah, you too. Have a great night, Funky. Thanks for stopping by. I'll send you that link, and if you can come Monday, great. If not, I understand. It's just Tessa listing things she doesn't like with the graphics of an over edited and hyped YouTube video. Good night. Good night, Funky. Misty says, yeah, me too. Thank you for the stream, Tessa. You're welcome, guys. I have to get myself ready to first. Too, I got things to do for bed. Missy says, happy writing and sweet dreams, my dears. Okay. Night, y'all. Hopefully I can go to sleep. I hope, It'd be nice. Alright. I'm not on the same schedule. I'm going to be awake for a few hours. Good night, guys. I'm sorry. The days of streaming all night, I have to stop. Not good for me. So, we're ending, and I will see you guys later. Hopefully, I'll see you again soon, Amelia. I know you do work and hard for you to get out. Saturdays are still 9 to 11. 9 to 1 at this point, anyhow. So, alright. Fine, Tessa, I understand. Yeah, well, I have to, like they keep telling me, I have to watch my health. Not good for me to do what I was doing. No, PM. I'm not a morning person. 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. is my Saturday night, and 9 to 11 p.m. is Tuesday and Thursday. So I'll see you guys later. Good night.